Thank you. Please call roll.
Rail,
Here.
Fuller,
Here.
O'Brien,
Here.
Thank you. And now it's time for public comment. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please state your first name, last name, and address for the record. Any public comment should be limited to 4 minutes maximum, and as a matter of standard procedure, the board does not respond to any public comments or questions made during the public comment period, but may direct inquiries to the appropriate department for later follow-up. With that said, would anybody like to add public comment for this evening? Going once?
Still got nothing.
Hearing none, time for public comment is closed. Moving on to the approval of minutes.
Make a motion that we approve the November 27th meeting minutes and dispense with the reading of same. So moved. Second.
Moved by the chair, moved by trustee Bowler, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Did you just want the 27th, the 11th?
One like the other two.
Huh?
The other two I wasn't on, so I can't make a motion.
Oh, okay. Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Move to approve the December 11th meeting minutes and the December 18th special meeting minutes and dispense with the readings the same.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? I did have the one note that I sent you, Claudia.
and I sent you the revised.
Perfect, thank you. Discussion further? Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Abstain.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Thank you, and that brings us to old business. There were a number of items from the last
there's
meeting that
another
were
set of minutes.
at the 27th, the 11th, and the 18th.
Did you vote the 18th?
Is there any other minutes to approve?
No.
Okay. I have 2 items on old business. There were also a number of items that were taken off of the agenda that were on old business that I think that we need to revisit with trustee Bowler present. So I can either add those items to late items, or we can work through them as old business. Is there a particular will of the board on this matter?
I would just do it under old business,
Okay.
but I don't really care if you have a preference otherwise.
No, I don't. So maybe I can, because a lot of these did involve trustee Bowler's items, so I can name them off, and then we can come back to late items in case he needs time to prepare them. We had salt procurement, Sycamore Trails, and cemetery evergreen, meeting lot owner to transfer forms, and landscaping. So those are items that were discussed as old business in the last agenda that we can revisit later.
Can I talk about the transfer form?
Let's just go through the list.
Okay.
Start with old business, deed restrictions for Pyatt Road.
So I don't know if you saw the email that came from Jacob to us, and in it was an unsigned one. So I'm not sure really.
I saw the email, I didn't see that it was unsigned.
So plus, I didn't particularly like the township shall approve in it, and I wasn't also very aware where it was making us able to be the party if they.
Name party.
Yes. So those were my 3 issues.
Okay.
On the deed restrictions, I kind of had a thought on it. Just want to ask a question, see what you think. What we're struggling with there is making sure that it stays as a childcare facility, I believe. And we would change the zoning to plan commercial, which says you can do a whole bunch of things. And so they would need to do a change of use. The other thing that could be done is just leave it as FR1 and do it as a conditional use, which makes it a conditional use for that piece of property for that, and wouldn't change the zoning to light commercial.
Yeah, but my understanding is it's already been changed.
Yeah, we've changed it, but the applicant could ask it to be changed back. You know, if they wanted to do that, if they wanted to go at it that way, that's one way to do it. And I would, be willing to look at waiving the fee for a BZA hearing for them to be able to do that sort of thing, because I think what needs to be done, we all understand it, we all want to do it, we all know what needs to be done. We just want it to stay that way.
Yes, I understand.
And not to provide something in the future.
But if we had a BZA, it would still be zone PCD, because it's now zone PCD, so I think we need the deed restriction.
But they could change it back to,
So you're saying go through zoning commission and then go through BZA?
I'm just
I don't
kicking
think.
that out as an idea.
I think it's a great idea overall, but I think we're too far down the road to, I mean, what would be the incentive for the property owner to go through months and months of process now that it's already been rezoned? I would prefer just as soon stay the course and ensure that we get the language and the deed restrictions in place because we've already approved it. And they did get it to us in the time frame that they should have down to the last day.
If it's signed, but
Should I send this document to the prosecutor's office?
I think it needs to go there. But you understand my
yeah.
shall concern, because it later on references, it can only be for these other uses, but it says shall. I have some concern about that. Now, maybe what they're trying to say is that we shall approve doctor's office, dentist's office, or childcare. Okay, if that's what they're saying, I can understand that shall. But the wording in the beginning doesn't limit it. It is limited later on, so it may be their intent and they're not being squishy, but if they sell the property, the next person who has that deed restriction may say, oh, you have to approve whatever.
Mhm.
But also the problem with the shall is, what if there's divergences in the childcare or divergences in the dentist? We shall approve it. There's, now, if it's lacking any divergences, I get the shall. So I'm not trying to be tricky on them, I just don't want them to be tricky on us.
Mhm.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. I'll send this to the prosecutor's office and make sure we have a signed copy. Anything else with respect to Paddock Road? Okay, pony mowing contract.
Okay, Connie's got the proposal that they discussed, or it's up a little bit from last year. And I did talk with, Trustee Stoltz from, Scioto Township, and they, had used them in the past, and they have changed, gone to a different vendor because they were having trouble getting Tony to do, weeding. They weren't weeding as well as they should know. I don't think we have that problem. I think we're okay on that, but, they had changed away from it in, Scioto Township because they were just having difficulty getting that work done.
Can you remind me how many years this is for?
It's 1 year, it's a 1 year contract.
So at this point in time,
My recommendation is to go ahead with it and then let's bid it next year.
I didn't want to be punny, but I think it's too late to switch courses, and,
Pardon?
I said didn't want to be punny, but.
Dad joking.
But I think it's too late to switch horses
Sure.
for next year. But maybe we should look at the following year.
That's correct.
And I should say that I don't think that we've experienced those issues as of yet,
And the issues that we have experienced, they've corrected.
like hitting stone, headstones,
Yeah,
and
but-
things like that.
But you know, that happens.
Mhm.
As long as they correct the issues, and don't continue the issues.
Mhm.
Okay, so do you want to bring forward something for the board's consideration?
It's not truly.
What it is there's 4 different.
It's a little bit
pages.
fun. It's really good.
Now, I make a motion that we approve proposal 2065 from Tony, 2064 from Tony Landscape. 2063 from Tony, Landscape. Should be 4. That's Fairview Township or Fire Station. Peace Flow. Didn't they send us one for Cheshire Cemetery too?
Should be in there.
I don't, maybe I'm not looking at it right.
Very good. Stay fire. Looks like Cheshire's missing from this. Do you want to just forward the email?
Ken, I can read off.
It was 2062.
206.
Sorry?
There was a 2062 for Cheshire Cemetery.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I'm sending it to you now.
And proposal number 2062.
Second.
Moved by Trustee
Are
Bold,
you gonna come up with an amount?
doesn't it have the amount within the estimate provided?
It's got amounts, but we need to figure out for the whole year. I think I came up,
It's on a per-use basis, and so there isn't for the whole season, but it's how many times we use it during the season. It works.
I've done that one yet. I have to figure out what it is. I didn't know if you guys were gonna approve. So. We spent 80-some thousand last year, or this year, so this has gone up a little bit.
And 80-some thousand is out of general fund and fire fund. The combined amount. And it went up what percent?
Pardon?
About what percent did it go up?
I don't know
So we had a motion, so
With a friendly amendment, to an amount not to exceed $95,000 for 2024.
I agree. And
moved by Trustee Bullard, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Friendly amendment accepted by the board. Discussion. Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes. Yeah, I should say that I don't think that we've had any of those issues been reported to us, so there's no reason to not go with them for this year, but maybe next year, consider a different vendor or vetting a few different vendors. Okay, let's just go down the list here. Fiscal officer items, purchase orders to be closed, carryover payment list dated December 28th, 2023.
I paid all the bills that have come in so far. Do we still owe Albers and Albers, Fischel Downey, or Reinhardt?
We will be owing official down because they're continuing, he's working almost as we speak. We got 3 emails signed today.
So keep that one open.
Allers and Allers, last invoice that I had received was from October 23. The balance due of $112. I did not believe they did any work for us in November, and I'm not sure if they did do work for us in December. I did make an attempt to reach out and connect parties for the JED discussion, but no party has responded to me. So I don't think that we'll get a bill from them for December either.
So close it.
And then Reinhardt Legal Services, I think we will get a bill from him because we did file an appeal recently, which I'll talk about in the items.
Okay.
Anything else for fiscal office?
The payment list.
I move that we approve payment list for 12/28 through 12/31 for an amount of $103,728.09.
Second, moved by Trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call roll.
Fuller,
yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes. Anything else from the fiscal office?
No.
Okay, cemetery. Anything for cemetery?
I've got things that we're working on and doing, I can give you statuses, but there's nothing that needs to come out tonight.
Okay, I think the one thing would be the transfer form, meaning the, lot owner.
Tim and I talked about that, and we got the sign form from the lady, and what we want to make sure of is I'll sign a receipt saying that we've got what she gave us, and we'll operate with that, but I don't want it to be construed as we agree that what she's done is somehow illegal. We don't take any responsibility for it. She's the one that's responsible for what she gave us. And in the long run, she's the one that's gonna have to support that sort of thing. And I don't think it's bad. I don't think there's anything, any problem with it or any issue. But if there is an issue, I don't want it to be our issue. I want it to just be her issue straight up.
Okay, so have you reached out to her?
I haven't reached out to her. Tim and I talked about it today. We went over, we're working to come up with a deed form and that sort of stuff. And we're gonna call her tomorrow and get it put to bed.
So you're gonna call her tomorrow?
Mhm.
Okay. She's reached out for a number of months now, and I think she deserves our time and attention on
Well,
this.
we don't have a deed, so we're still working on it. It's a work in process. We're still trying to get the things in place to make this happen.
Yeah, but it's been 2 years now that she's been trying to work on this, so I think we owe her that at least this time.
We'll go along with that, and then there's a $50 fee for a new deed, is what we normally do.
Great, thank you for prioritizing that.
But But the key thing is, we're receiving the documentation. It's not that we're taking any responsibility for what that documentation says.
Right, but my key is that the communication has been completely absent for months and months at a time over 2 years. And I don't mind that if things need time to get worked through. What I mind is somebody saying months after months that things aren't getting done, that things aren't progressing, that we've never experienced these issues. And at some point, we can say thanks for your patience, but we just need to get it done as well. And so I appreciate you prioritizing that.
What happened was, the verbal communication wasn't happening too often when we put it in writing. And the communication's been a little bit to get done, we'll consider that as to written stuff now.
Great. Fantastic, thank you. Anything else for cemetery? Did you want to talk about the landscaping for Evergreen Memorial? I did write about the sign. I wrote to Snyder and indicated that we did approve moving forward with the
So
creation
you
of
got
that.
the design and that's.
We got the design all in place, so that is moving forward. And I believe that the next step with that is after the start of the new year, we'll initiate the creation of the sign. It will take about 3 or 4 months after we put down the deposit to get the sign created. And I think it was it a $15,000 deposit, Claudia, that for that sign, somewhere around there. So we'll re-engage that discussion in January, once we can pay them that $15,000. And then it will be about 4 months, which hopefully will give you enough time to lay down the foundation that you wanted to put at the cemetery as well.
We'll do the foundation and the ground.
Mhm.
So
we're looking at April, May.
April, May, probably more May, but anyhow, it's gonna be the time.
Well, with this winter weather, with this winter weather, it might be 80 in April at this rate.
It's kind of muddy out there right now on top. The one thing I would ask is that you guys take a look at the Kingwood Memorial sign. The Kingwood Cemetery down on 23.
That's what I use as a base for what we created.
Well, what I'm getting at is you got the concrete sign, and then you come underneath that, and there's a spacer which supports it. Now, what he had proposed was 2 legs to go in the dirt. What they did is they've got a piece of marble or granite, and then that sits on a concrete foundation coming up there. And it sticks up through the ground. And see if we want to modify that or how we want to do that.
I asked about that early on because I wanted to just have the exact same thing as the Kingwood sign. And it was significantly more expensive to have that gap basically filled in and have solid. And Kingwood also has the shrubs that are down there blocking it. So I think if we lay a flat foundation, have the legs, that saves us waywards of a few grand.
Closer to the ground.
Yeah,
And it's, just want to make sure that it's a
stable.
substantial sign, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And then the trees for Evergreen.
We're still working on, we've met with soil water guys, they recommended a guide to us as far as the salt tolerant trees and that sort of thing. Problem is, most of the people that have knowledge of salt tolerant trees are thinking of stuff along the oceans. And the saltwater areas, not so much road salt, they don't think about that. But if you drive along the road, you see plenty of dead trees with the salt's got.
So we don't have, I had mentioned the redwood cedar.
Mhm.
And that's what I thought Jesse had said, and had indicated that it was self-resistant, and if we bought 6 or 7,
Mhm.
planted them, and then they died, then we know that we can't do it.
We're not gonna have a lot, but anyhow, we're doing.
Right. So when do you think we can have the confirmed tree list and then proceed with planning, so that we could?
As soon as we got agreement that, on the trees, we'll probably put them in, that's not gonna be a big deal, as far as planning. go from Acorn Farms and go from there.
Okay.
They won't be huge trees, but they'll be big enough to.
Yeah, 6 footers, 7 footers, yeah. No problem there.
Something that makes sense putting in. And the thing about the salt tolerance, if you go up 23, and I've traveled 23 a lot over the years, and they planted seedlings, and the seedlings grew up under huge trees. Now, the thing is, on the east side, you got a lot of trees that are gone because the prevailing wind is southwest or and it blows the salt toward the east. The west trees all the time, but we're on the east side of the road, so we're going to have that prevailing wind pushing the salt toward the trees.
Okay, we'll just get the tree list and we can go from there. Let's keep the deed transfer forms and evergreen memorial trees on the agenda until we have resolution on them. I think we're good with the sign, right? Are we good with the sign?
Yes.
And we don't need anything with any of the other cemeteries at this time, do we?
Mhm.
I believe there was an issue with Jackie's login on Pontum. Were you privy to that? Okay, I'll forward it to you. I think the issue is resolved. We've been working with IT Made Real. But there was some issue going on with Pontum that I'll follow up on and make sure it's resolved. All right. Fire department, computer.
Belongs to Rose, not
Oh,
fire.
computer. Is that the issue with Jackie?
With who? Jesse. Jesse's computer blew up.
Oh, Jesse's computer. Okay, that belongs to her. All right, let's go to fire then.
So for fire, an executive session would be warranted.
Okay, we'll do that all at once. Okay?
I think we've got 3 computers or so that need to be wiped clean, and when they're, then we can get rid of them.
Okay, do you want to have Jesse just work with IT Made Real, Eric, at IT Made Real to resolve whatever computer issue he needs to have resolved? I think he mentioned, yeah, and I think he mentioned wanting potentially an tablet of some sort to be able to take pictures of things that, and I thought that would be a good resource for us to have for township employees. I know Jake, our zoning inspector, had also mentioned wanting a tablet to track violations. So in my view, I think it was last left where Jesse could bring forward a proposal to the board for their consideration if he finds a tablet that he thinks is viable that he would want to use for the township. And then we can maybe start with him and Jake sharing that tablet. And then if it finds that we need 2 tablets really, then we can invest further in another tablet. But I'm just not sure about the current utilization that we would need more than 1.
But if we get more than 1, I tend to think we need, okay, let me just start this way. I think if we go, or we should get the quality that we need. And then if we need a second one, get the same type so that we're not having all different types and then they're not compatible. And so that's why we want to get I'd want to get the latest version of whatever we're doing, because if we get a second one, I want to get the same version and I don't want to be out of date by the time we get it.
Sure, that makes perfect sense.
And the road department has a printer, but the printer is so old that the cable doesn't connect to the laptops. Doesn't have the laptop.
So they need a new printer as well?
So we'll probably get a new printer. And printers are not that expensive.
No.
No, and I just recently for myself bought one, and I actually paid for a little more so that I could get a tank, and the ink is not nearly as expensive.
That's a good point.
But I don't know that they make that many copies, but I find the one that I have at home produced quite a few copies, and the ink was so much cheaper.
The one back there, you can only use for 1, 2, 3 prints, something like that, because you can always connect to this printer and make all the copies you want at a very reasonable cost.
Oh, so do we need the printer back there at all then?
No, it saves time to be able to just use it. because this office is locked sometimes.
So, if you want, I can initiate that with Jesse and request that he provide me with, computer tablet details in accordance with what you had mentioned. And maybe we ask Eric from IT Neighborhood about his recommendation as well, and a printer, computer tablet printer. Working with Eric, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
All right, I'll reach out to him on that. Good. Okay, trustee items, trustee pay.
Are you guys gonna stay the way it is, or do you wanna change?
I want to stay the way it is.
I would say just leave it like it is.
Likewise.
We don't touch it, nothing changes.
All good there? Fantastic. Zoning department, I'll just bring up the update from, old business in the last agenda. We had, a violation at Cheshire Market, the truck that has been there for many, many years, and that has been removed, which I'm pleased to share. So, they cleaned up the pallets area and they got the truck removed.
I wonder how that happened so rapidly once it decided to happen. After 15 years?
15 years, yeah. A little bit of pressure and a little bit of conversation go a long way sometimes. And then also the property behind the Cheshire Market violations, things are proceeding forward with getting those violations mitigated to the best of their ability. And that was all for zoning at this time. Was there anything else anybody had for zoning? Future meetings? Okay. Late items. I have a few late items. This week, we received actually. Last week, Berlin Township filed an appeal in the matter of Tower Code and the lawsuit case regarding the unauthorized cell tower on OLSD property. Recently, I received feedback from a resident who had concerns for the tower located on the Berlin Middle School, and they wanted to know more specifics and said that there appeared to be safety concerns. In addition, as the board is aware, Dean Narciso from the dispatch asked me questions about the lawsuit, for which I provided an update and provided that information on our website as well. I believe that at this point, the board has made every attempt to be open and transparent about the unauthorized cell tower on Berlin Middle School. And in regards to this, in 2021, Tower Co notified the township of their intent to construct a cell tower at the middle school location. The neighbors objected, the Berlin Township Board at the time objected. After these objections, it is the board's opinion that the company did not comply with state law and said they did not have to before beginning their construction. The Berlin Township Board of Trustees initiated a lawsuit in 2022 for failure to comply with zoning in the interest of the safety of students, teachers, and residents at Berlin Middle School. Also, the company failed to adequately address numerous safety issues the Berlin Township Board of Trustees have brought up openly in public session numerous times. Very critical issues such as, one, the tower height creates a very problematic, quote, fall zone, unquote, from prior meeting minutes. If the tower falls to the east, the school is in the fall zone. If the tower falls to the south, cars are in the fall zone. If the tower falls to the west, the stadium is in the fall zone. Our zoning code is 135 feet?
I'm not sure.
135 feet?
75. I thought it was 25 foot more than what the,
25 foot, 175,
25 foot more than the tower height.
25 feet less than tower height is our zoning code.
So it was only 25 feet more.
No, the fall zone is it has to expand beyond, but what's our zoning code say for the cell tower height? Permitted?
195.
195.
No, well, it depends. It's a depend thing, you can't just pick one number.
What was it for this site?
It depends on how many,
Rings?
yes.
Yeah, so they failed to meet our zoning code with respect to the height by putting it at 199 feet, correct? The board expressed concerns, second thing, the board expressed concerns about security as thousands of children are in that area, and the fact there is no security other than an easily climbable chain link fence to prevent kids from potentially endangering themselves is wholly inadequate in this board's opinion. Thirdly, Berlin Township is very windy, especially at that height. Concerns about ice, nests, and other items accumulating atop the tower and then falling and hitting cars and or children were not adequately addressed at the time. Fourthly, as anticipated, cars during the Berlin football games park on the grass up against the fence, and this makes for a dangerous situation. No mitigation factors have been communicated to our board to date. Concerns about the safety of our children, teachers, and residents is a duty of those who hold office. The actions of this board were unanimous and supported by the objecting neighbors and the sellers of the land for OLSD. As it stands today, if such a case were to prevail, that means that every school in Olentangy Local School District will have the potential to have the same cell tower situation and pose the same risk to children's, teachers, and residents without having the voice or concerns of the safety for the community to be adequately addressed. I can hardly think of more worthy effort in doing our jobs than engaging this work with people of the township. And we must continue to pursue this complaint and pursue the appeals in an effort to protect the residents. That said, feedback from the residents in this township is always welcome, and we will work with them and for them to be transparent and open in preserving the safety of our community. That's my update for the cell tower. We'll continue to make the appeals until we do not have any recourse going forward, in my opinion, and that's what I'll be standing up for. I don't know if the board has anything further to comment or add at this time.
My only comment is I have absolutely no problem with anything you said. It's just, should it be said by Chris or should it be said by us? Because the case is still ongoing.
All of these things have been things that have been made public openly for the last 2 years by the board at various instances. Nothing that has been said has been anything that we have, tried to hide or keep from residents. At the time of the objection, we've gone through this in public meetings over and over again over the last 2 years, and now we're at a point where we make an appeal and we continue to, if it's the will of the board, we continue to do work as to why we engaged in this, why we brought this forward, and why we think it's an ongoing concern.
I don't have anything additional.
Were there other safety concerns that we wanted to also have addressed?
I would be very comfortable with it if you just wrote by Chris. Just to make sure that he's okay with it, that's all.
Chris and Dawn have approved our letter that we put up on the website.
Mhm.
And the content and all that, those matters.
That's all. I just don't want to, don't want to do something that jeopardizes our case, any of that sort of stuff. That's all.
Yeah.
Not trying to hide anything, not trying to be secretive or any of that sort of stuff. It's just a long goes past.
Well, yeah, we'll continue to work through that.
So I do think there are other safety issues that need to be addressed, but I don't really want to go into them now. I think the ones that you've addressed are
Yeah,
probably the more important ones. But lightning strikes and other items are a concern.
you're absolutely right. Yeah, we've brought up numerous other safety concerns over the past couple of years, lightning strikes being one of them, as a key concern because of the distance where it will go as well, the after effect. Anything else? Anything else?
Can you send that to me?
Yeah. Maybe. You could summarize it too and see what you want to do with it. We'll see. These are just my own personal notes. Evergreen Cemetery, we did that salt procurement as a late item. So is there any update on salt procurement?
We talked about it, and really the procurement for this year is already in place. The procurement for next year's will be going to, and talking about as far as contract. So we're trying to gather some information. I was involved with it a long time ago when we got in a mess, real mess. And it had nothing to do with us, the cost of it, but it was a nightmare. And actually ended up in no salt available to us for a year.
Mhm.
So we gotta be kind of careful with that.
Mhm. Absolutely. But we're good for salt procurement for this year. We're looking at
The
next
salt
year
procurement for this year comes all of our strength from the county.
Mhm. And next year, we were looking at maybe doing a partnership with a few townships.
If we could figure out a way to save some money. The thing about getting it from the county is it has a couple of problems, and having somebody there when we need it is the biggest issue. So somebody's at the county salt garage to put salt in the truck. That's why we have the bins down there and load all the salt for the bins. If we could fill the bins up, it would make things a lot better. If we can get a better price, that would be good too. But delivery becomes a really big issue.
Mhm.
And having it come from the county, and we've got to get to it, but one of the things is, you write a purchase order for a certain amount of salt, 600 tons, and typically it's plus or minus 10%. So you gotta be at 660 or 540. And at 540, you have to take 660 is the maximum they would give you if you bought the whole 600 tons on the contracts the way they used to be. And we don't have the ability to store 540.
Right.
We don't have the ability to store much more than 200.
Right. So it
we
would
gotta
be,
be real careful.
yes, it would be nice if we could do a hybrid though. So the other thing about having it delivered to us is you almost need the bins empty to have enough that they'll bring a swing in. Otherwise, it's not put in there effectively and efficiently
I hadn't thought about that.
and
That's good.
and safely,
Mhm.
because you don't want it to topple over. Maybe you preaching to the choir, but you don't want it to topple over onto you. So it's almost like we need to fill it up once and then go to the county for everything else.
Mhm.
And the thing that we ran into before was they wanted to, and they would fill the bin, no problem, but they would deliver the salt with just a dump box on the truck.
Yeah, that's what we don't want.
And then had a blower that they would actually blow up at. So the blower was an additional piece of gear. They didn't want to blow out much, about 200 pounds. So you needed to buy.
They don't do the sling anymore? They don't do the sling anymore?
Well, they don't do it quite that way. Now they're typically using slinger trucks, which you got a little conveyor on that they can put up in. And that's typically the way they take it out now, rather than using the blower. But again, we gotta look through all of that sort of stuff. And there's a lot of those things that you don't think of as being a big issue, but boy, they can be.
Right, and we have 3 bins, right? And one of them is for salt with grit. And did the county get away from salt with grit?
Salt what?
With grit?
No, they still sell salt with grit.
Okay.
And some people actually sell grit or brine salt grit too, which is another way of doing it.
That's good for icy.
something that would help us is to have a brine storage facility that where we can store 4,000 gallons of brine. That would be a help, but that's a little bit farther down the road.
The problem with it is though, when you have some mixed up and you don't use it all, what do you do with it when you're done?
And that's where you have the facility and it's got agitators and stuff on it. You don't want to put too much salt in, because if you get too much salt in, that'll settle up in the tank.
Yeah, be a mess.
And depending on the temperature, almost,
Yeah.
it's, I think you could write a doctor than salt.
Mhm.
I'm sure it's been done. So where's that leave us? For this year, we're all set with them.
For this year, we're also using the account.
Okay.
And the year is a calendar year, or is it a winter season
The
year?
winter season year.
So like until July.
And typically what they'll do is they'll look at the new bids. Once the new bid becomes available, you really can't buy stuff on the old bid. But if they got the idea that the new bid's gonna be up.
Right, you can kind of get an
They'll
idea.
fill up, stick on the old bid they can take.
That's why they don't want you to know what the new bid is until, because if it's cheaper, nobody buys the expensive stuff, and if it's expensive, they buy it all up.
And in the past, there was a purchasing group and they swapped 4G, which we used, and the county used to use them to
Yeah.
provide salt, because we bought a lot of salt
Yeah.
from a lot of different places.
Okay. So we are good to go then for salt procurement this year, looking forward to next. All right, Sycamore Trail was also on the agenda last time. I just wanted to confirm that I believe there was something that you were doing with Jesse to talk through the fact that they,
Use the bond for the sidewalk
used
instead
the
of the road.
bond, yeah,
The bond money's been all used up. There isn't any bond money.
But was it used appropriately is really, I guess, the question, because the road is our responsibility, the sidewalk is not.
Mhm. Sidewalks, and the sidewalks typically are for the houses where they had the problem was in the trails going out around the ponds and that sort of thing. There was a gazebo to go behind there, and there was that
Right.
walking trail never got built.
when you say walking trail, that was behind the property, it's not the multi-use path that was supposed to connect to the other subdivision? Was
It's
there,
probably both,
okay,
because the road was a thing they were trying to finish.
I'll see what,
And the bond money ran out to that.
is the road in okay shape,
The final K,
acceptable to drive on,
it's legal.
it's legal?
Have you were quoted as saying there was some buckling in the road. Where was that? Was that on Sycamore Trail or was that on the road? Jesse said he drove, and I couldn't figure out what you were talking about.
It was definitely on Sycamore.
Okay. I'll drive and take a look at it, see if I can find anything.
Yeah,
But we may.
Because you could tell it was soft.
Pardon?
You can tell it's soft, and like I say, it's fine now, but it's not gonna stay fine. A lot of these new roads last 10 years, no problem. That road is not gonna.
okay. All right, I'll figure out what.
And the
what we're
problem
supposed
with
to
that is it's not gonna just need repaved, it's probably gonna need
Didn't need to be built.
a greater patch to be all that, and then it'll forever be a swinging road.
Okay, so I'll figure out for the multi-use trails and the trails what we should have, and then you can check the road for Sycamore Trails and see, and then we'll keep at that.
Well, the multi-use paths are not something that we are on the hook for. The roads is something that.
Yeah,
the county
yeah.
turns over to us, we're gonna be on the hook.
Absolutely. I just don't know where we're at with what the final development plan was approved, and so might as well pay attention.
So that's why on this bond, I like to learn from our history. And so in the future, I know the county's the one in control, not us, but I believe that we need to make it so that the road itself is the priority of the bond. And that they don't use it for sidewalks in the future until the road is it's done for a year.
I agree.
Then they can put the sidewalks in then.
Mhm. How do you think we could get that to come about? Have the roads be the priority for,
So somebody who has a good relationship with the county engineer would probably be the best person to approach that, so that it.
That's a resolution for us. What to do.
yes,
And then, but so that we can memorialize it though, so, I mean, you've got a great relationship with them, and then, but then we need to
You can just,
memorialize it so that we learn from our past.
Mhm.
Because I'm sure the county engineer didn't anticipate this would happen. I mean,
Mhm.
it was a very good developer. Did they flip it? Is that what happened? Or
what?
did they flip the development?
I don't know how they,
why they would
I
make.
don't know whether they ran out of money and, I have no idea what happened.
They're nice houses in there, and so it's not like it was a
Yeah.
fly-by-night thing, but something went wrong. And we
Yeah.
just need to protect ourselves, and that's what the bond is meant to do, is to protect us.
Yeah. Okay. Have we gotten any inquiries from their HOA on this matter, or? Okay.
If it's in
The
the
road,
road,
the road, so it's still county road.
3 of the lots owe me money. Haven't paid real estate tax.
JED updates. So I wrote to Mr. Thomas, Mr. Bishop, Ms. Connors with respect to the JED. I have not heard back. It's the holiday season though, so, but I don't have any updates on the JED. I did make clear to them that it appears that the ravines at Meadow Ridge, which has been annexed to Sunbury, would still require the JED, as well as the fact that it appears that the township had a TIF on the North Point Hotel parcels.
Correct.
And that we needed to talk through what all this meant in collaboration and together. So I have not heard back from them as of yet. Like I said, with the holiday season, I plan to pursue them after the first of the year. I'm assuming that they're on holiday. But there is a lot of work being done right now at the ravines at Meadow Ridge. So we need to get things in order.
Because that should be
Jetted,
on those workers that are working there
Yes.
currently.
yes. Yes. So I'll keep this on the list and I'll keep working at it, and I'll try to contact Mr. Bishop and Ms. Connors, and then see where we're at. All right, Cheshire Road widening easements and fiber.
Okay, so there's 3 documents that you have been given, and if you are all amenable to them, then I'm going to tell the prosecutor to finalize them and then bring them here for adoption at the next regular meeting in January. But I did want to specifically call out the shared services IT agreement, because Assistant Prosecutor Stocko had 4 bullet points, and I just wanted to go over those real briefly with you to see if you are okay with these, because if not, then we've got to deal with them. The first one was that there's no obligation to provide support for software or other products that the county does not own or utilize. And then he says, are there such products? Well, obviously there's such products. I mean, fire department has their own software that they use, and
Right,
so they're not gonna support that. I understand that, but we're gonna need fire software for fire department, and so I don't really see that as an issue.
no, I took that as the county won't support it, but obviously we would need to procure other support for those things.
But that makes sense to me, doesn't it?
Yes,
The second one is that the county projects have priority. That could be problematic if there's a catastrophic event, but if there's a catastrophic event, that's gonna affect everybody anyway, and we're gonna need. They're not gonna mess us over to mess us over, because they're gonna need their EMS. And so if their EMS is getting services, our fire department's gonna get it, and we're gonna get it because but it's just saying that we're not the priority.
the only, and it's more of a point of clarification on that would be to say, county is priority and something to the effect of, and the township may procure, additional services as time and prioritized by the Board of Trustees. Because, I don't want them to think that, oh, hey, we can't get to you for a month, but then you gotta wait a month if we wanna address an item sooner.
Right, but here's the thing, is they're not gonna want us to go into their servers at the county and start messing with them, and I get that, so I understand why it's in there, I understand what you're saying, but I don't see a solution to that, and that's why he's bringing this
Yeah,
forward.
yeah.
Someplace along the line, the way that was explained to me, was the county was concerned that they didn't want us to say, hey, we gotta have this right away because we're the top priority, we gotta make it happen. Irregardless of what the schedule says, the real way it should be done. If you're doing it with other things going on at the same time. And what they didn't want us to do was stepping in and saying, hey, no, forget about that, we gotta get this done first, because we top priority. That was the way it was explained to me. So what they were trying to do is to just.
And that all makes sense to me. Where I'm, the 1 in 1,000-year problem where everything goes badly. And that's where the county will be the priority and we will not be. But this is to all the ancillary government entities, so they're not going to mess up everybody on purpose. So I don't see this as being bad, but it's something that we gotta be aware of.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Noted.
The next one is, that we acknowledge and agree to the county's applicable records retention schedules. So that probably is really just dealing with the IT. So if it's in there, and also in this regard, it's been made clear to me that county is not responsible for our records. We're responsible for our records. So if somebody wants a records request, they can't go to the county to get our records. Even though they're in the system, they have to come to us, and we are required to
Absolutely.
procure. But where I think this could get into a little is if they still have it and we can access it, then we still have to provide the record, even though it's not. If their records retention is longer than ours and it's still retained, we'll still have to provide it if it's around. Okay. The last one is provides for automatic renewals. So you know how I'm very anti-evergreen. But in this case, I do not want all of a sudden the IT system to be turned off on us.
Right.
So I do want this notice, and they have to give us notice before, like we have to give them notice that we're going to discontinue it. But I see no reason we would ever discontinue it as long as we're getting what I anticipate. So do you have any issues with this or any of the other documents?
No, I
No.
thought that was fine.
I wasn't particularly enamored with the Delco one.
I thought you might not.
But it's to a point that I can live with it. Furthermore, have you noticed it's already out here?
It's already done.
Yeah,
I
Already
didn't notice
seen it.
that.
so, it's just they don't have the right to it being there. But obviously, they're not going to take out a flagpole or a parking lot because it's there.
I mean,
Now, the meter's
the
not
lines are
there.
run, the dirt's put back in place, it's seeded and it's covered strong.
Now, one of the terminologies they use, and I try to get clarification because it's unclear to me what it means, and it really drives me nuts. However, it's written in the statute that way. And so nobody's willing to define it because they don't really know what it means. But they're saying you have to agree to it because it's in the statute. Irritates me. But that's why I'm willing to acquiesce, because I get it. It's in the law. Nobody knows what it means.
Doesn't have to make sense, it's the law.
I'm okay with, I thought you might have a little quirk with, a hold up with the Delco one, but I'm okay with it. Cause I think that the baseline is that they are asking for only what's needed and not more.
Well, we've rewritten it, so it says that.
Yeah, that's right. So for me, it was.
Yeah.
You had
it's
said
still
the
written out.
baseline was that, and so I felt that the rewritten version got that communicated out.
Well, for the most part, but here's what they can't tell me, and it's driving me nuts, is the 10 feet ladder.
Mhm.
Because, okay, you can't put anything within 10 feet of the ladder of it, but yet you can go underneath it 18 inches and be okay. So why is it you can do this? So this is how I interpret it, but they won't interpret it this way. So for 20 feet, 10 feet on each side of the line,
Mhm.
if you go down 18.5 inches or above 18.5 inches, you can go. But it doesn't really say that.
Mhm.
I wanted them to explicitly say that. And nobody will say that because it's not written in the law that way.
Mhm.
So,
But they did say that was the description. No.
not
No,
if
it's
you get
too
into the real detailed wording.
Okay.
But it's non-exclusive rights. So,
Well, right, yeah,
and that's terribly important.
absolutely.
So that helped mitigate my fears. But where it really gets problematic is if we ever need to run the sewer around it, but what we'll wind up doing is just have to go around the easement and just,
Mhm.
you know, that's what we'll have to do.
Mhm.
One side question, the cemetery back here, drainage out there, is that taken care of?
I have discussed that with them.
Okay,
According to Tiffany, it is.
is that right?
Mm.
You might want to think about that, so.
Yeah.
Get it right. Wonderful, good point.
So I'll bring what I have at the next review meeting.
And the only reason I'm asking that is because we've got such a drainage mess over.
Well, and I have, every time I've talked to him, I've talked about it, and, sometimes, the assistant prosecutor goes on to another topic before something's totally completed, so although I've been making that statement very clear, I'm not sure that it's in writing.
That's a good point.
It's just a thought.
Yeah, overall, great progress though. This is, not easy to wade into, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Parks and Trails update, I did provide a letter of support, and I believe that the application has been submitted for the Safe Route to Schools to, get the pathway to connect into the Peanut there were questions that arose in the school based on the letter of support, which was written with the condition of support being that they are maximally out of the right of way and that Olentangy maintains the multi-use path. So I wrote back and clarified that statement and basically reiterated the fact that we don't have a parks and trails department, we don't maintain the paths, and obviously we can't do something that then we would have to maintain. And I think that was sufficient at this point in time, but
Excellent. So, I may be jumping in, but on the Shanahan one, are you going to address that at all?
so the Shanahan one, I was going to address it, thank you. We won't be applying for any grants, of course, this year with it, but I did follow up with Michelle Bonney from Orange, and this is where I brought this up in the last meeting, and basically Orange wants to create an agreement with Berlin Township that the multi-use path that goes from roughly 23 over to the tracks would be on the Orange side. We pay 50% of the path, but then Orange would permanently maintain it in perpetuity. We talked about that in last meeting. Trustee O'Brien mentioned that he wanted to ensure that the pathway had a crosswalk of some sort from the greenery so that Berlin Township residents would utilize that multi-use path to get across the street and go to Shanahan, and that you didn't want it to go all the way to 23 because of the grading of that area. Shared that feedback with, actually it was with Trustee Faust initially, then spoke with Michelle Bonney about it. What they're gonna do is they're creating a mock-up. So they're gonna create a visual. They've already done this, but they've sent it to the prosecutor's office for review. And then they're gonna create the agreement for the 50-50 share. In addition to that, that will be, Orange will help us to procure grants for the Safe Route to School on Shanahan next year. So the Safe Route to School grant we can propose at the project site at Shanahan Middle School for next year, which is a large swath of that multi-use trail path they want to put in. And if that could be procured, paid for through procure grant money that was in joint partnership with Orange and Berlin, so much the better, right?
Yes, so far.
I think this is a win-win.
Well, you were also going to look and see if the TIF money from Greenery could go into.
They are looking into that.
Okay, they is,
I believe it's all with the prosecutor's office for that.
I didn't know if it was with Sherry Baker or Sherry Lewis.
No, I didn't follow up with her yet.
And then the other thing is, I noticed that they're moving dirt on North and the Orange Township portion of North Road and
Shanahan,
Shanahan.
southeast corner.
Southeast, yes. And so I wondered if they are putting a trail in there so that we don't need to worry about that. Because really, it looks to me like it goes to a dead end of the railroad, and I don't really, think that people are gonna, back to my thought of if they're not gonna use it, I don't want to build it. So I think will be used from the Greenery to North Road, and that actually will be used because people will walk to the school. And that makes a lot of sense to me. To the railroad doesn't, and from the Greenery to 23 doesn't either. But from the Greenery to North Road does make sense to me. And there is the development that Orange is in Orange at the corner of 23 and Shanahan, and that road comes up to there, that I think they would utilize it to the school, but I don't think they're gonna come down 23 and go that way. They're gonna go in.
They would start from the inlet of that new development right there and go, and then it would connect in from the Greenery and go. Yeah. Well, I'll bring up, hopefully we have the mock-up for
And so
2 weeks from now.
So the crosswalks that I think are pertinent here are at the Greenery and at North Road. There isn't a crosswalk there, but I think there should be if we're doing that,
One thing I want to be careful of is the grants never applied for or jointly applied for.
Yeah, this is the Safe Route to School grant by ODOT.
And the reason for that is because we get at least the benefit of putting that much money toward the project because we got grant money, just like Washington.
And so if we get the TIF money, I'm much more inclined to do it than if we do not get the TIF money for it.
Get that answer. Okay,
Because I imagine that Orange is tipping.
yeah. Yeah, okay. Do we want to recess into executive session at this time?
Please.
Move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22G1 to consider the employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of public employee or official. G3, conferences with an attorney for the public body concerning,
No,
sorry, G4.
G4, yes.
Preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment.
And who should have said?
With the board of trustees, the fiscal officer.
And fire chief for part of it, yes.
Fiscal officer elects it.
Not yet, because I found out,
Okay. I'm just thinking,
No. So, second,
I used to would have said yes, but after.
you're in my motion, you guys are in my motion.
I will,
Oh, second.
All right, thank you. Moved by the chair, seconded by the trustee O'Brien, discussion. So just for clarification, we are not entering executive session with respect to G3. This is with respect to G1 and G4. Ms. Goro?
O'Brien.
Yes.
Ram.
Yes.
Fuller.
yes.
All right,
I don't know if you know this, but you've got a chat question.
we don't respond to,
Okay.
yeah.
And who can mess with that screen because it just keeps zooming
I don't know
out
why it keeps
and-
in Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Okay, we did meet in executive session. No actions were taken and no decisions were made. At this time, we are now at the end of our year-end meeting. I did have one more remark to make for this evening.
So,
Okay, would you like to
I
go
want
first?
to make mine first. Mine first is, Guilford Road. There were, county was going to try to start it yesterday. They, I don't know who showed up and nothing started yesterday and nothing's happened today, which is good because we're gonna end up closing the road. We didn't want the road closed for the weekend, so it'll probably be next week. 2 tiles should be added. Jesse and I went up and talked to a couple of the residents. We actually went to 4 residents around there, but 2 weren't home, 2 were, and the 2 that were very much in favor of it. Just, you know, get it done.
Very good. Thank you so much for your work on that, trustee Bullard, as well as to the roads department for addressing that issue for the residents.
So are you saying it'll be closed 2 days next week? Are you saying it'll be closed 2 days next week?
I don't know how long it's gonna be closed, I really don't.
Should we post
But
something?
see, they don't have a area to stage the equipment, so the one that's staging around the road.
Should we prepare the residents by posting a social media post, and putting something on the website with nothing specific, but to say, residents, 2 tiles will be replaced behind properties on Guilford next week, causing Guilford to close for a certain
We'll talk
period of
to
time.
Jesse and we'll figure out a way to get something on
Get something on that.
it.
I just don't want them to be
We'll
surprised.
get the information to Kathy and she can put it on.
Because sometimes the county will, do that mobile, signboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually they got signboards up and at least they have even fixed signs, there's nothing there. So-
Yeah, I drove by it today, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, that's how I come here.
And so that kind of threw me for a loop because they normally put up what they're gonna do. But they called us last week and said, hey, Tuesday, we're gonna try to start that.
Well, I certainly don't want to delay the fixing, so we can just post something up to prepare residents so that if they
Then
drive
because
by.
of the good weather through the fall, it's a lot of people stuff.
That's great, yeah.
Because it'll irritate the residents because people will come down Guilford and have to turn around and go all the way back and they'll be turning around in their driveways. Especially if you have cement trucks and things doing that, they're not gonna be happy about that.
Mhm. Okay.
And there are a lot of cement trucks that go that way to get to.
And it's gonna be
Grove Farms.
messy, and that's the way it is, but, it's that or flooding in backyards and.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying that it would be nice if we could
Yeah, yeah.
get that mobile sign
Mhm.
from the county.
Yeah. In there any other remarks either of you
That
have?
was it.
Okay. I'd like to make a remark, and it's in relation to last meeting. Last meeting, trustee O'Brien indicated his plans to resign. It could have been as early as collective bargaining, which is not complete as of yet. And while I certainly understand reasoning with the time and intention to his upcoming campaign for treasurer, wanting to be fully committed and being fair to the township, I would be remiss if I did not express my sincere hope that this decision can be reconsidered, or at least the timeline altered and worked through as a board for the optimal time frame for departure. You've left an indelible mark on this township. Of course, you and I do not always agree, but I particularly appreciate the fact that you are transparent and respectful, and I personally have benefited from your generosity of your knowledge and your time. And I know your plan is to continue to serve the residents even in a more broader way at the county level, but I think your wealth of experience that you've brought to the table, your knowledge of fire, and a number of things are still very, very beneficial to this community right here, right now. So I just want to thank you for your generosity, firstly, and most importantly, for your commitment to the safety and well-being of our residents. And And unless you intend to resign effective this evening, which I hope not, but there's no need to respond to this at this time. But I want to thank you for your consideration on this matter, because I think that there's still a lot of great work that can be done. And even if we can't have you full-time, even half of your effort would be most welcome with what you bring for us.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Certainly. Okay, and with that,
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Please call roll.
Graham,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay.
that's the good,
Uh,
that's the good one.
okay, so hold on, let's just grab this, this over. This.
Do you sign one?
Do you want to grab a quick, can I get my wallet really quick?
Doesn't matter.
Do you want to just sign again underneath? Because you can draw a line through yours and it can be fine because you only need 2 signatures. And I'm okay with it because it's an okay check.
Order.
You have that authority.
Wait, all right.
Do you want to go away?
Okay, I call the December 27th meeting of the 2024 organizational meeting to order. Kenny, tell me.
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ray,
Here.
Fuller,
Here,
O'Brien.
Here.
Now it's time for public comment. Are there any public comments?
I've got a couple. One, I have passed my certificate of election to the constitutional officer, which I believe is required by the county prosecutor. And I've also been sworn in for my term next year. So I wanted to pass that information along to the so everybody's got it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll start the organizational meeting. Do I have a motion for the trustee chairman for 2024?
I move that we name trustee Bullard as chairman for 2024.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by O'Brien and a second by Rail. Let's see, Bullard,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Do I have a motion for the vice chairman for 2024?
make a motion that we appoint Ken O'Brien as the trustee vice chairman for 2024. So moved.
Second.
Okay, Bullard made the motion, Rail seconded it. Bullard,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Do I have a motion for the executive member for 2024?
I move that we name trustee Rio as the 2024
Trustee Executive Member.
Second.
O'Brien made the motion, Bullard seconded it. O'Brien,
Yes?
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. Yes.
There you go, Bullard.
Would you like to switch chairs?
No, that's fine, I'm fine later. If I'm not speaking loud enough, somebody let me know. If there's a problem, if I'm too loud. Let's just start into the organizational meeting. Does anybody have a copy? Or something?
Yes.
Okay. The first resolution would be to establish the meeting schedule as listed. Let's go through them. There are a couple changes that we need to make. Regular meetings, I believe we say as it states there, no problem. Exceptions, June and August, I think will be just fine. Special meetings, no issue there. Meeting changes, it's going to change that to say all meeting date and time changes will be posted on bulletin board and may be advertised. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I think, we need to say which bulletin board.
Pardon?
I think we need to say which bulletin board, and out the.
On
At
the
the
bulletin
trustee's
board
office,
immediately
Southwest
outside.
corner.
Yeah.
Then we get into the advertising of the meeting here in a little bit, but there's a whole motion on that resolution. Road inventory meeting, I was going to move that from October 29th or 19th, which is a Saturday, to Thursday, the 24th. Does that work? Everybody, is that fine? I got a calendar if you need one.
Still 9 a.m. Still 9 a.m., Ron?
Pardon?
Still 9 a.m.?
The meeting time.
9 a.m.?
Sure, 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Thursday, October 29th. And then,
29th or 24th?
the year-end meeting, I don't know what to do there, because Christmas is on Wednesday. So we've got Thursday, the 26th, and Fridays, I don't think works for year-end meetings. And then Monday, the 30th, which is New Year's Eve. And then the 31st, which is Tuesday. So I'm open to suggestions there.
Christmas is a Wednesday.
We could do it at our normal regular time, which would be the 23rd. It should be the second Monday of the month, if that's.
That's
Does
too
that make
early
sense?
for a year end, because she's got to close the books, and so, well.
Somebody does.
Monday.
Yeah, you'll have to close the books, and that's too early, it'll be a pain.
Monday the 30th?
I'm saying the 23rd.
No, I know, but Trustee O'Brien said that's too early. Could we do Monday the 30th?
30th is New Year's Eve.
No,
31st is New Year's Eve. 31st is New Year's Eve.
Tuesday, the
That's
31st.
right. So the 30th would work.
Yeah, I think the 30th would be.
Okay, so let's do December 30th.
At 5:30?
Let's do it at 4, like we did this year, 4 p.m.
And then, since there's no election, are you wanting to have the organizational meeting also follow immediately after?
And I was gonna take off that January 1st and I'll put in following year-end meeting. Organizational meeting following the year-end meeting for 2025.
Can we just put down December 30th, just so that,
Does that all make sense?
yes.
So moved.
Second?
Have you got a copy of this, Chuck? Or do you need a copy?
What's this stuff?
What?
What's this stuff?
It's the 2024 organizational meeting minutes
I do
from
not.
last year.
I didn't,
And let's make you a copy of it then, because you're gonna want to have it, I think. Well, you got a clean one or?
You have a motion on the table.
No. Yes, we ready to vote? Okay, let's vote. All vote,
O'Brien,
Yes,
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
then? Yes. I had stuck one in the mailbox.
yeah, I've written it.
That's what you're working with? There was the other one.
I can send it to you. I don't have your email address, but.
Well, it's the organizational meeting minutes from last year, Jeff, and then we.
So it would be on,
It's on the website if you want to pull up the website. It's on there as the organizational meeting minutes for 2023. And then you can see kind of what we're making adjustments to.
It's about 20 pages. Okay, next resolution.
do you want me to just read these off and then you slow me down if I go too fast?
I think so, but, I got some changes in this one.
Is it just the red? Well, why don't you do this one?
Okay, Board of Trustees, Berlin Township, met an open session December 27th of 2023. Skip down about halfway the page. And the days and dates, second Monday of each month with the following exceptions. Would like to make an exception of any of the holidays that appear on Monday. We moved the meeting to Tuesday.
Yeah, that's it.
Does that make sense? So, move to Tuesday for the holidays on Monday.
And that's under dates and times?
Pardon?
Days, dates, under
Everything else would remain the same,
days and dates, the second and fourth Monday of each month with the following exceptions. Do you see that, Claudia?
Yeah,
Brendan?
June and August meetings will be the second Monday.
And then Tuesdays if the meeting falls on a holiday, and the holiday's Monday.
and then in the red paragraph, the October 19th changes to the 26th at 9 a.m. 2024 year-end meeting will be Monday, December 30th at 4 p.m. with the 2025 organizational to follow the year-end meeting. And then point one, I'm fine with. Point two, the fiscal officer shall also continuously post the above time, dates, and places of all regular scheduled meetings in at least one prominent public location. I was gonna say, follow the township bulletin board located at the southwest corner of the township hall, and then scratch everything else up. In that item two.
That's good.
Does that make sense?
I think it makes sense, but I think you're gonna have to say it slower, so.
Well, can you just, if you've got it all written there, I'll just make copies of what you
I'll give
know.
I'll give you mine.
Okay.
Get it all done.
All right.
Okay, yeah, with one exception, I think you may have said October 29th, but it's October 24th.
Well, no,
October 24th.
I'll get it.
it's 24th, you're right, I'm sorry. 24th at, Thursday, October 24th. And then at the last one, some way or another, I want to get that the requester that requests the information be sent to them, they have to request it each year, and then basically expires at the end of the year.
Okay, so each request lasts 1 year is how I word that.
Mhm.
Mhm.
What point number is this, though?
But I want to make sure that
What point number are you on?
it would be point three, the last part of point three.
Okay,
I wrote requester shall request notification for year and renew request each year.
Okay, but here's how I would word it. So a request can be made for 1 year, and to extend this must be requested again.
well, is it 1 year from the request, or is it 1 calendar year?
One calendar.
Well, that's whatever we want, so.
So I would say, a requester may make their request until December 31st of that year, at which time the requester will need to renew the request.
A request is valid for 1 year.
A request is valid until December 31st of the year requested.
So a request is valid until December 31st of the year that they requested, and then
Must be renewed by request.
if they want it again. And if they don't, it expires.
But worded better than that. Would be. And this is the request for notice, right?
Yes, a request is valid for the calendar year in which it's requested. That's,
A request is valid for the calendar year in which it is requested.
now, okay, and I like that wording, but here's the problem with it. If they want to know what's happening January 1, it's not reasonable that they have to ask on January 1, so. Except for the month of January, they can ask for December 1st, maybe something like that. They can request the following year, starting December 1.
Yeah. So I'll say a request is valid for the calendar year in which,
Request is valid until December 31, 2024. If desired, a new request can be initiated in 2025.
as early as December 1st, as early as December 1st, the year prior. Because it's only fair to give people time to renew their request, and if they can't request it until January 1st, they won't do it, and then they don't get notified and they want to show up, that's unreasonable.
You know, she's expecting his document, but it's also in your document, not his document.
And he's wording it the way he wants it, so.
The request is valid until December 31, 2024. If desired, a new request can be initiated after December 2nd, 2024 or 2025.
For calendar year 2025.
For calendar year 2025. That's fine. I tend to like the items written in here to not be year specific, more function specific. So I would maybe want to generalize that a little bit more to say a request is valid for the calendar year which is requested and may be renewed as early as December 2nd, the year prior. But whatever you want to do.
I'm just trying to respond to the.
I know exactly what you're doing.
doing.
But I want it to be able to persist so it doesn't become a detail that gets missed in a future meeting. Oh, we gotta update the years. Oh, we gotta update this. Oh, we gotta update that. Right?
I agree, but either way, it's.
Yeah, either way is fine.
And it should, and that, this whole thing should be addressed again, December 31 next year. Okay, and then that's all I've got,
Okay.
except for changing the date on the last line.
Which becomes December 27th.
2023. It's voted and signed on December 27th, 2023.
Do we have a copy to sign? Well, we'll have a copy to sign.
Yeah.
Because it's gotta be printed. Okay,
And I can do
so are you making that motion?
a so moved.
Second?
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
So I move that we approve using Robert's Rules of Order and allow the chairman at his or her discretion to modify those rules as he or she sees fit in the conduct of the official meeting, and that we continue to observe Resolution 05-07-44 regarding public speaking time. This limits the speaker's time to 4 minutes at well, 07-44 actually limits it to 3 minutes.
You want
Resolution 05, because I authored the 05-07-44,
to?
We amended, it's with amendment, with the amendment.
but this doesn't say as amended.
Okay, so,
So do you want 4 minutes or
yeah,
3?
Because 05, 07 was 3 minutes.
Yes. So,
Yeah, but-
so what is your preference?
yeah.
Do you want 3 or 4?
4's fine.
Okay, so going back a few lines as to what I was moving. An official meeting, and that we continue to observe Resolution 05-07-44 as amended with 4 minute speaking time. Regarding public speaking time, this limits the speaker time to 4 minutes at the designated time for public comments within the meeting agenda as assigned by the chair, and not to exceed 60 minutes at any one meeting. This may be extended at the chair's discretion and with the concurrence of the Resolution 05-07-44. Public comments shall be directed to the chair only and require identification by name and address of the participant for public record.
Second.
Discussion, call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
I move that we approve all trustee meetings may be posted on the Berlin Township website at www.berlintwp.us. The LED sign and the exterior bulletin board at the Township House with the Berlin Township Bulletin Board at the Township being the official location for the meeting postings.
Second.
Discussion. I want to discuss a little if I may. So the word may is important here because if there is no electricity or there is extenuating circumstances, it may not be posted in those ways. Because if there's no electric, we've got an emergency situation we've got to deal with.
Yeah, but the bulletin board doesn't need electricity.
That's why that part, but the may be posted on the Berlin Township website is a may, it's not a must. The LED sign in the exterior bulletin board. But the must is the Berlin Township bulletin board because that's the official location. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, would you like to amend this then to say it may be posted here and here, but it must be posted on the exterior bulletin board at the southwest corner?
Yes.
So, friendly amendment recommendation?
Yes.
I don't care about the names. Well,
But
care
you have
about
a
is
must.
the must.
Okay, so you accept the
Sure.
friendly amendment? Add must for the bulletin board and may for the board and LED sign?
The other thing I'd like to add is that the southwest corner of the Township Hall, which is that bulletin board,
Yes.
Okay, so if you put those two things in, I think that covers it.
Okay.
So I take that as a friendly amendment. Do you have clarity on how to write that? Okay, so, if I may, I'll withdraw the motion and start over.
Please.
Okay, so I withdraw that and start over again. I move that we approve all trustee meetings may be posted on the Berlin Township website at www.berlintwp.us and the LED sign at the exterior, and the LED sign, period. And must be posted on the exterior bulletin board at the Township House at the southwest corner of the Township Hall. With that being the official location for meeting postings.
Second.
Good. Motion made and seconded. I'm trying to get this in here. Okay, call roll, where we get Tom?
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Okay, policies affecting meetings. Approve resolution stated below. I've got an addition to the stuff that's dark down toward the bottom of the page. Requisitions not received 4 days prior to the board meeting will be deferred to the next regular trustee meeting or at board's discretion, handled as a late item, period. And then invoices as Claudia's name, do we want to change that?
Just remove Claudia's name. Say fiscal officer.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Just remove it.
Because you probably aren't going to want it. So is that your motion?
With that, I'll make a motion. So moved.
Second.
Call roll. Let me get a chance.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
I move that we name department liaisons and duties as listed, trustee Rail, zoning, parks and trails, buildings and technology, / media, trustee O'Brien, fire and fire station, trustee Bullard, roads and cemetery.
Okay, and I have an addition there in number 6. Well, the liaison system does not prohibit any trustee from any discussions with township employees, township residents, or other agents.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. The next one, so moved,
Is that?
and that should be, right. That ends on the 24th, December 31, 2024.
Second.
So this is the appointing or naming physicians.
No,
No, the board specifically authorizes the cemetery liaison to have the authority to execute all matters regarding Fairview Cemetery.
And so you changed that to
Cemetery.
just Evergreen?
didn't change it at all.
So friendly amendment to change Fairview Cemetery to Evergreen Memorial.
Okay, yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Second.
Got a motion and second. Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay. Now we go to appoint and or name positions on board.
So, I am willing to do the Delaware County Health Board meeting. I actually like it. However, the statute first gives the priority to the chair. Chairman Bullard, do you want to do that?
When is it, you know?
The Delaware County, when is it? It's in March, but I don't know which date.
Okay, yeah, I'll go to it.
You'll go to it? Okay.
If I can't, I'll let you know.
Okay. So with number one being Trustee Bullard. On number 5, I found that other townships have 2 alternates, and it's very rare that you go down to the second one, but occasionally, so I'd kind of like to be the second alternate.
You can be the first alternate if you'd like.
I'll be happy with second alternate.
Okay, so we leave this as Trustee Rail and Jacob on, and then,
That's first alternate. And then Ken O'Brien, second alternate. So do we still only have 2 on the architectural review board?
No, we do not only have 2 on the architectural review board.
okay, now, all of these dates here, they're expiring,
Yeah, they're not right.
so we either need to update those, or we got a whole bunch of people falling off the list.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Let's see what we have here. And I also noticed that we don't have the BZC listed up right here. Should we add the BZC listed on?
Those are,
They're further down.
those are a little bit later.
Yeah, they're further down, but do we want them up here?
No, and the reason I believe we don't is because that's more of a statutory position.
Okay.
Although the architectural review board might ought to be pulled out, but I don't have a problem with it being.
And I was going to recommend that we take the attitude of, if someone has applied for a position and we accepted them for a position, we automatically stay in that position unless we get a letter of resignation and we feel that there's a problem.
So, and for this meeting, I don't have a problem with it, but I don't feel compelled that we have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I don't think that it should be communicated to these people that it's that way, because because as a board, we can't talk among ourselves, and so it might not be until the meeting that it
Right.
becomes apparent. And so I don't want them to think that it's an automatic. So I don't have a problem for tonight because I don't have a problem with anybody in these positions.
Right.
However, I don't want it to be communicated to.
Okay, so then we will, let's change the dates here on these ones that are here. And the motion for the appointments, like Pat Pickoff, should go to 2025.
Yes.
And TBD would go to 2026. Okay, and then in the next group, the vacant would go to 2027. For the architectural review board. And then the next one.
Kim Trackler got added to that. I don't know if it's on your guys' list, because we did this. Kim Trackler's on there that expires December 23rd.
Yeah.
December what?
Kim Trackler just expires
31st.
December 31st, and then
Of 26?
23.
of 23.
Okay,
And,
so we need to appoint her for how long then?
and then we had Quinn, what was her name? Quinn and Jennifer are also on the board,
Which board?
the ARB.
Since when?
Okay, and then
You did the paperwork in February.
the architecture review board, the vacant goes to 2027. And then Parks and Trails Committee, the 423 should go to 25.
Let's deal with the architectural review.
Quinn
Quinn,
Matchin is BZA alternate.
no. Architectural Review Board. She had initially applied for alternate. She joined the Architectural Review Board because we had filled the BZA position. I think it was, I want to say the February meeting. And then there also was Jennifer. Let's see.
Here's the thing, motion. Five, 6, 7, 5, and then those stay 4.
Yeah, but we have 2 more members on the Architectural Review Board.
Okay, then we need to add those.
Yeah. She might come up as Hoffman. That was how the initial information was submitted.
Well, the application says Berlin Zoning Commission, full-time, so.
Yes, but in the February 13th meeting minutes, we had received a couple of different applications. And we ended up filling the position with Jasper DeChristopher for the zoning commission. So then we offered Quinn the architectural review board position. Her and Jennifer started on the same day at the meeting of the architectural review board. And they've been serving on it since.
But it seemed like they had 2 different expiration dates, if I recall.
Correct. So I believe that one had the 2024 and one had the 2027. And when we appointed them, we specified which one was which.
Okay, did you get the Parks and Trails one too?
Parks and Trails. Did you find it, Claudia?
I found where we talked about it, but not that we hired him.
What was the date on that? The one that we talked about?
She said February 13th.
So it was after the
It
13th?
was after the election. It's in there. So for the Parks and Trails, all of this is correct. Littleton, Marshall are correct, and Zach Brown and Hillary. So we currently have 4 members in the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee at these dates. And we did say that we would go up to 10 for Parks and Trails. So I don't know that we need to have the vacancies necessarily, unless we want to specify all the vacancies.
What I think is important is how they're staggered.
Mm-hmm.
That's really salient.
Mm-hmm. So I would say we either remove the vacancies or we add the vacancies with staggering.
I think either way is okay.
Yeah. Which would you prefer, Chair?
Okay,
It's not funny when you look at our own website.
the official document requires update when it comes up.
Well, what, are we changing Kim Trackler to the 2024?
Well, we were gonna renew based on the setup. The arrangement is that they had up to 5, and then we would push it out to the next year, so that every year we're alternating only one person to renew. The other person was, Jennifer Ludwinson on the architectural review board. Do you have anything on her, Claudia?
Couldn't find anything on the other one, so I don't know.
Let me know when you get the names and dates changed.
Claudia, go on ahead and look at the February 8th special meeting. If there's one. Looks like we met specifically to do those appointments. Or the 9th special meeting. So we have the motion, resolution 21-02-01. And her term, Jennifer Ludwinson's term was set to expire December 31st, 2026. And then I'm sure that, I know we did Quinn's too, so I think hers was in regular session at the time. Let's see. Yeah, Quinn Hoffman is what it was listed on. Resolution 23-01-75. She was appointed with her term expiring in 2024. So Quinn was expired 2024. And what year was Jennifer expiring?
06.
Okay, so Jennifer and Kristen Norville were on the same. I believe that at the time we said that that was because we wanted it to go out 4 years, rotating 4 years, so the 5th we had on the same. Okay, so the only one to renew now is Kim Trackler.
So we're reappointing her, is what you're saying. So we should do that as a separate motion.
Yeah, I was thinking about this before. Should we each year have separate motions in the organizational meeting for the years that the terms expire? So we would do that separate for Kim, separate for Christina, separate for Summer.
Okay, but here's an issue to consider.
Yeah.
And it's when there's an election and you have a different trustee. So it expires December 31st. So technically, the old board can appoint before the organization. If it said January 1, then the old board couldn't. But that's just the way it is. So practically speaking, usually we can go ahead and do it separately in the organizational.
Well,
But-
every other year there's an election, so.
Yeah, but there's not always a new elected. But
That could be.
that's the point.
Okay. So would you like to do separate motions for reappointments each year of these boards?
Let's do those, let's insert those.
Insert those, okay. Would you like me
And
to,
then we'll come back and do the.
and do the bigger one? The adjusted list, okay, got it. So each year, what we'll do here then is we'll do the reappointments before we name appointments and positions. Okay. Before we name the appointments and positions. And new dates, okay. So move to reappoint Kim Trackler for the ARB, with the term set to expire December 31st, 2027.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Move to reappoint Christina Littleton to the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee with the term set to expire December 31st, 2025.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Move to reappoint Summer Marshall to the Parks and Trail Advisory Committee with the term set to expire December 31st, 2025.
Second.
Call the roll, please. When you're ready, I'm not trying to rush you.
Rail,
Yes,
Fuller,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
that's all for this year.
okay, and then go back to name appointments and positions. With I'm okay till you get to point 5, which is identifying Jacob Vaughn as first alternate, Trustee O'Brien as second alternate, and then update of terms for the rail, Trustee Rail motions. So moved.
did you elect anybody for the volunteer firefighters dependent fund?
Yes, they are the same.
It has to be determined.
No, that's to be determined as the chairman and the secretary that the board themselves pick.
You don't go in on that?
No, we have our 2 appointments, which are Paycoff and Beckerly. And then those 4 get together and they name a 5th, I think. And they also pick the chairman and the secretary. And they're supposed to let us know who they pick.
So then the 2 vacants that are down here under Parks and Trails, are they still expiring 23?
They don't matter because the board, this board can have up to 10 positions, so we're just not gonna list the
So do you want
vacancies.
vacant in there at all, or
No.
just take those out?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so did we move the second?
Yeah, it's moved and seconded,
Okay,
and we have roll
And
call.
who moved it? Fuller?
yes,
And I seconded it.
okay, and then call the roll, name.
Rail?
Yes,
Fuller?
Yes,
O'Brien?
Okay, and the reports or minutes of committee meetings minute by name or appointed representatives should be addressed and given to the township fiscal officer prior to the next scheduled regular trustee meeting. Maine Township Council, Legal Counsel, no changes in that. So moved.
Second?
Call the roll, please.
Graham,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes. Okay, and then the next one is a reminder, the fiscal officer, the zoning, fiscal officer, zoning inspector, cemetery section, and fire chief. I'm just wondering, should we add the road superintendent to that?
For this one, we were advised by council that we really can't prevent anyone else from reaching out to the prosecutor's office.
That was-
But we can prevent them from reaching out to external counsel.
Okay.
This has come up particularly in respect to if somebody feels that they may have a conflict of interest, they do not and should not need to go through any board member or any chair. They can go directly to the prosecutor's
And that would
office.
also include harassment kind of issues.
Exactly. So I don't know, about this resolution anymore, including the prosecutor's office. I think we could say something to the effect of, they have up to $500 to engage in external counsel with the permission of the board or something like that. But I don't know that we can prevent anybody from going to prosecutors.
Well, and this doesn't really say they're excluded from the county prosecutor. It just says who is
Well,
allowed.
those
It
four
doesn't-
people are those three people, and then adding the road superintendent, make it four, are directed to go to the prosecutor's office without talking to anybody.
So I think the intent of this may not be really clear. I think the intent is you don't go to outside counsel.
I thought the intent of this was to allow certain employees to freely go to the prosecutor's office.
I think it was to encourage them.
So do we want to reword this then?
Yeah.
And
Okay, I think the salient part of this.
Is the
I'm
end.
using that word, well, is that they have to copy the fiscal officer and the board of trustees for notification purposes.
if they think they might have a potential conflict of interest, or if there's a potential harassment that involves any such members.
Okay, so I get that. That needs to be excluded somehow or another. But if the fire chief, I'm just using my liaison, is going to ask a question, I want to know the answer if it's something that is not excluded from what I should know. So if there is a harassment thing, maybe I shouldn't know.
Mhm.
But if it's cost of the fire truck, or whether it has to go out to bid, I want to know that he's asked it, and I want to know the answer.
Shouldn't all of that go to the prosecutor?
It should go. And this says it's for information, not to stop him from going, but it's
Right,
for me.
right, we
So-
modified it to say this, you're not asking approval from us, we just want to know.
Exactly.
But then what about the other people
I
who
don't
can
know.
reach out? Do we want to say, township employees who reach out to the prosecutor's office, with respect to information, the board should be aware of, or to copy
That the board is,
to consider,
yes, I got that.
that the board is to consider, should copy the fiscal officer and trustees
Yes. The question is, do you want all trustees or do you want just liaison? And I'm
I
okay with
would
either
want
answer.
all,
I'm okay with
or
that.
just send a copy trustees@berlintwp.us, because then that goes to the fiscal officer and the trustees.
Got it. Like it.
Okay. So we'll modify that. You got it?
Nope.
I don't remember.
I'll listen to it.
No, I think we should, because this is important, I think it should be wordsmith. It's one that needs wordsmith.
Well, we did, it's on the record.
Well, the next one allows them to go with the liaison approval.
Yeah, so that one's good. I think that so I think we have one that says township employees reaching out to the prosecutor's office. With respect to information, the board
You said should consider.
should consider, will copy trustees@berlintwp.us. That's one. And then the second one is those positions, and then we can add roads into that. Those positions are permitted to reach out as long as they get approval from the liaison, for an amount of up to $500 for external counsel.
Mhm.
So there's two resolutions in here.
So I just modified it slightly. So where you said that the board should consider, I changed it to all members of the board should consider. And why I say that is if one of us is supposedly harassing somebody, that the board should consider it, but that member should not.
Excellent qualification. That's an excellent qualification. Thank you. Okay, so that's one resolution. So moved.
So is this the first paragraph here?
The first paragraph, we're gonna extrapolate that.
You mean the resolution, not the information? This is the information one, because there's no resolution.
Yeah, the
This
information.
is got a resolution.
This resolution right here.
Mhm.
We're gonna take this first part of the resolution 24-01-0.
So not to exceed $500, because you.
Yeah, they can do. But we're gonna take this out. This part is
One
what.
more time, huh?
Okay.
Yes.
That's the one more time.
So the reminder paragraph is a resolution.
No, resolution, 24-01-13. That first sentence up into that comma, we're gonna remove that. And that's what we're modifying. You want me to show you?
Well, I see where you're doing it, but,
So,
so do you want this reminder in here still? That whole paragraph, that's the reminder.
I mean, I'm not concerned about the reminder because that's not an official act, so we're obviously changing that, so the whole reminder would be removed.
Take that out.
And then
Whatever you guys like
resolution
for that.
24-01-13, up until the first comma, which is only not for approval. That first comma right there.
Mhm.
Everything above that's scratch. And we're gonna make the two resolutions now. So we have one resolution that is township employees, what we moved. Should I second that? I already seconded.
I'll second it. You moved it.
which with respect to township employees may reach out to the prosecutor's office and should include the email to trustees at berlin.twp.us. With respect to any information that its members should act on. And so that could be individual members or all members, depending on what the situation is. But you have that in the recording to do that. And that was seconded. So that's what we're gonna vote on now.
Okay. Call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. The second resolution now is the second part of that resolution. And we want to, and I'll do this. Any additional counsel sought by the cemetery sextons, fiscal officer, zoning inspector, road superintendent, and/or fire chief shall require approval from the liaison not to exceed $500 per month. Any additional expenses shall require board approval.
Correct.
So,
You move that. Second.
Call the roll when we get a chance.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
yes.
I move that we authorize fiscal officer to perform the following acts 24/01/14.
Second,
Call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail.
yes.
I move that no money will be held in escrow by the fiscal office or any other township employee or office for payment of any township fees.
Second. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
I move that holiday observance policy for full-time, non-bargaining.
Wait just a minute, I want to just make sure you're okay. On the specifically November 11th. November 11th, isn't that the Veterans Day?
Mhm.
Do we want that to be the 12th too? I mean, this is the,
This is the holidays.
these are the holidays, not I'm thinking, I'm getting the meetings and the holidays mixed up.
So on that day, we would have our trustee meeting on November 12th, on that week, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And then on June 19th, that's on Wednesday. Is that when that normally is, or is that a Monday, Friday thing?
It's a,
That was when
no,
it was
it's
on the calendar.
the 19th. It's Juneteenth. It's a specific day. It's like Christmas.
Just making sure. Because if it falls on Saturday or Sunday, what day is that? Saturday or Sunday?
If it's Saturday, it's
Friday.
observed on Friday. If it's Sunday, it's
Monday.
observed on Monday.
Yeah, so. Okay, so I'm ready.
Okay, so I move holiday observance policy for full-time, non-bargaining union members as listed in resolution 24/01/16.
Second,
Oh, hang on, holidays for full-time employees is equal to 8 hours for a full day and 4 hours for a half day. Is that correct for the fire department?
No, well, this is for non-bargaining.
Okay. And then, on the third point there, public must be made aware of office hour changes. I would just strike out well in advance or as quickly as possible when possible.
Okay, I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Call roll, please.
Rail,
yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
I move various payment policies, resolution 24/117, miscellaneous township payment policies for non-bargaining union employees.
Okay, the last number 6 point on that one, I would like to add an HR Butler time off request is sufficient after approval by supervisor.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Second. Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
So I move, monthly department spending authorization limits 240118.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
I move approve and adopt township hall rental rules as outlined in 240119.
And I will second that. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
I move to approve and adopt cemetery fees as stated in 2401.
We can go all the way to cemetery fees.
I think that's what I,
And I've got a suggestion there on sales, grave lot sales, township residents and or employees. I think we normally allow employees to purchase at township rates, do we not?
I don't know.
For people that are not in the township.
what was the question?
Do we,
Cemetery lots, can employees purchase at township rates?
Mhm.
For people that don't live in the township? I mean, like if Larry wanted to buy a lot, he could buy a lot of
I understand the concept. I don't think we've done that in the past, but I don't really have a problem with it.
it. Okay. I
But the
think-
question is, does that then become a taxable benefit?
I don't know.
Yeah, I changed my mind. I'm not for that. I think it'll be a fiscal officer nightmare.
Okay, delete it then. But I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem with it either.
I'm moving it as written. You guys can decide.
Yeah, I don't have a problem as written.
Did I get seconded?
So you get to page 13. This is a fairly long one for some.
And so there's no adjustments to the cemetery fees? No adjustments?
Well, we get to, over here on page 13, which is still that same motion. Exclamation Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Exclamation, just delete the second one. Second line says exclamation Monday through Thursday, exclamation Monday through Friday. Just delete the Monday through Friday.
Okay, I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
And then at the cemetery marker foundations, this is Fairview, which should be Evergreen. And it says, no space provided for markers, thus markers must be located above grade level. And delete the no concrete marker.
You okay with that?
I don't know where it's at.
Okay, where are you? Where you are.
I've got it modified, and I'll get that to you.
All right, so we need to vote on the Cheshire.
But we're not done yet. And then on page 14, the next one, foundations with concrete, delete that section because we don't want to put any concrete foundations in Evergreen Cemetery. Everything will be gravel. And then exclamation, and Monday through Thursday, 8 to 3. And then just a note, excavation to vault, removal remains, casket, and or vault layers. So that our price gets the dirt off of the vault, is what it amounts to. So that's everything I've got.
Okay, so I have a question on this. So are there any double buried vaults?
Yes,
So if they're wanting to exhume the second bottom one, you have to remove the top one. Is there a price difference for removing both
we're
of them?
only going to the top of the vault, which is the top.
Okay, but
Anything that they do inside the vault, they do.
so are both bodies in one vault?
No, there's two vaults. There's a vault, or it's all one vault, but you got a casket with a shelf, and then a casket.
So do we charge different price for, because you're dealing with two, that's gonna be more. Okay, so you're saying we remove the dirt, and then who actually removes the bodies?
You gotta get a funeral home or somebody else involved to,
And they're going to remove the top one and the bottom.
if they remove the top and bottom, they gotta remove it, they gotta put it back, they gotta do all that. We don't put the caskets in the vault,
Okay,
we
understood,
don't close the vaults.
understood. Okay,
I mean, even if it's a new grave, we don't do that, we don't make the hole big enough for the vault to go in.
so for just, making this clean, I'm gonna withdraw my motion so you can make.
Okay, and what I'm trying to say is, all we're gonna do is take the dirt down to the top of the vault.
Mhm.
Okay?
Mhm.
And the cemetery rules will expand those to say what's really gonna happen, and what you really need to do. Because we're not authorized to take bodies on, we're not authorized to really take caskets on, or any of that stuff. If it was a private cemetery, you could probably do all that sort of stuff. So with that, I'll say, so moved.
Second,
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Brien.
yes. I move zoning permits as listed in 240121.
Second.
Okay. I have anything else? On number 11, I got, it says renewal 6 months only at the zoning inspector's discretion. I think we ought to have a max there as far as the number of times it's renewed.
Okay, which number 11? Because
It's a temporary construction shed.
and you wanted to say what?
I'm just saying that we don't have a maximum number of, I mean, you could put the thing in and keep it there for 10 years if you wanted to. At the zoning inspector's discretion.
Okay, I'd like to see that for, not to exceed, 18 months, not to exceed 3 extensions.
Whatever that,
Okay, but I'm not gonna take that as a friendly amendment yet. Let's say you have Evans Farm,
Mhm.
and they're going to do work for 10 years.
No, this is just for the temporary tool supply and construction office trailer for 6 months.
Right, but if they're continually actually doing building, I think that's why the zoning inspector needs some discretion, because if it makes sense, it makes sense. But if it doesn't make sense, even 3 years is too long, because if Berlin Farms is built
Yeah,
out,
but then they have to come to us after that, right?
well, this is saying it's, you're done. If
and we can revise any of
So
this.
why don't we say zoning inspector has his discretion for up to 3 times extension, then they must go before the board.
Okay, that's different.
Okay, friendly amendment?
Yes,
All right.
I accept it.
Okay.
And you do too.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second,
Yes.
as modified. Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
I move that we approve all residential, farm, commercial, and industrial driveway pipe permits being $50 each.
Well, I think we don't put approve there. I think approve is the wrong word.
Okay, what would you,
Just leave it off.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Agreed.
Yes. Second, or whatever. So, call the roll, please.
Graham,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
I move $5,000 for contract services for zoning department to be provided by Delaware County Regional Planning not to extend beyond December 31, 2024, and be managed by the zoning liaison.
Second. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Okay, the next one is, do we need to go to an executive session?
I don't really
So
see.
then we go to, on down to, 24-1-26.
Yes, so I move that we approve and adopt a 3% wage increase for all township personnel and pay rates with the exception of all bargaining unit members, non-CDL drivers, and any new hires after November 15th, 2023. All wage increases rounded to the nearest cent with the changes tracked by Trustee Bullard with the effective date of January 8,
I think
2024.
that's in there, it doesn't need to be there. The with the changes as tracked by Trustee Bullard just needs to go away.
Okay, I can take that out. But I don't have a problem with it in
I'm
there.
not getting
Wasn't there for some
It's
reason.
in there.
Okay, so November 15th, 2023, all wage increases rounded to the nearest cent. Effective date, January 8, 2024, for the calendar year of 2024.
Second. And that covers everything through the next resolution. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
I move that we approve essential part-time personnel who are called to work on a holiday be paid with a regular rate of pay in addition to 1.5 times their pay rate for each hour worked, as noted in the township holiday observance policy. Hours worked will be based on the 00 hour to 2,400 hour schedule, effective January 1, 2024, with the exception of bargaining union employees. If this differs from the current handbook, the handbook takes precedence.
Second. Call the roll, please.
Fuller,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes, I move that we approve Exhibit 7.
we might,
Yeah, do you want to check and see if that's accurate?
I think I changed them.
And I'm not sure we need to say who is chair.
The 3-1-23s, we've probably changed to.
All of these
28.
are accurate.
We probably added 5 years to those.
Well, you don't change it for the alternate.
So with this, so Angela Brown to 23
Yeah,
to
so,
124. So those should be individual motions to.
right,
So do you want to do that since you're the liaison?
yeah, but they only want to do the ones that are up this
Yes,
year.
Yes.
Okay. And then it would be for a 5-year term
Well,
through 2028.
I believe it would be 29. Because those that were done in 23 were for 20.
No, I think it's 28.
This term expired March
But
of
let's
this
think
past
about it
year.
like this.
Yeah, but
Oh, that term expired this past year. But it still should be through 2028.
What was?
She should have been through 2028, and then this year should be through 2029.
So the one that expires
This
here
year,
should be
2029. Okay. Move to read.
Well, wait a minute. We're right, but we're probably technically, let me think this through. Can I have a second?
Okay, so are the names
The
correct?
names are all correct.
Okay, so here's the deal. We need to, in March, update these.
Mhm.
So this one, we would have approved just before March of
Mhm.
2023.
Mhm.
So this should be, you were originally correct and I mistakenly corrected you when you were right to start with. So this should be March of 28. But what we need to do is take action before March to update.
Yeah, could we take that action tonight or wait till March?
I don't know the answer to that. You know, a few days wouldn't matter, but March, I don't really know the answer.
Late February's time to do it.
Because let's say I did.
Yeah, I'll
resign.
just add it to yeah, I know what you're saying. And then you get somebody in and then they don't want it and it's,
And
you're living
Well-
past board's actions.
Well, because it wouldn't be legal.
Yeah.
It would, okay, legal is not the right word. It wouldn't be, it wouldn't take effect.
Mhm.
Because if I went on an office and the next board member said, no, I don't want that.
Yeah.
So let's not cause a problem.
So move to reappoint Angela Brown.
She's already been done, hopefully.
Well, I'm just gonna do it in case.
Okay.
Move to reappoint Angela Brown to BZC with the term expiration date of 3/1/2028.
Second,
call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes,
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
yes.
And then Tara Shields, then,
do we have another alternate?
well, Tara just only joined this year, so I know that her term wouldn't have expired 3/1/23.
Well, when was she born?
I don't remember. Early last year,
So her term might have only been for a month.
possibly.
I thought those were only, the alternates were only for a year.
Only a year
Yeah.
each. Well, we'll just say, move to reappoint Terry Shields as BZC alternate, with this set to expire 3/1/2024, and then we'll take action.
Second,
Call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes,
Rail,
Yes,
O'Brien,
yes.
so the vacant stays vacant, right?
yeah, vacancy is vacant, and then,
BZA,
move to, reappoint Dawn Sutton.
aren't we moving somebody down and somebody up? Or we'll do that in March?
We'll do, for the alternates, we'll do that in March. Yeah.
Didn't he leave?
Who?
Johnson?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay,
Did he?
okay. Well, I don't know.
Let me see.
I don't think so.
This is the meeting minutes from September. Yeah, he's still the chair.
Okay,
Move to reappoint Dawn Sutton to BZA board, term set to expire 3/1/2028.
Second,
call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes,
Okay, so then,
BZA alternates.
can we talk about this? This is Quinn, did you put her on the BZA alternate? By
this is
mistake?
Quinn Matchin.
Different Quinn? Okay, got it. Is that what you were
Yeah.
thinking? Okay, yeah. That explains it.
Quins.
Okay, move to reappoint Quinn Matchin, to BZA alternate. This is alternate 1. Do you know? It's BZA alternate, the term set to expire 3/1/2024.
So for clarity, is it one?
I don't know,
Second,
I don't label them, I just.
it's listed.
Well, but we need to, and.
I can get clarity from Claudia, or from Kathy though.
Okay, but
They're both.
we have authority to do whatever, but they might take offense if one becomes two and two.
Right. I'll get clarity.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your motion.
No, I didn't say it was 1.
We have a motion and a second. Ready? Does that make sense?
I don't think you got both a motion and a second. I think you moved, but I don't think you seconded.
I seconded. Was that she moved?
But I didn't say it was all one.
Oh,
In the
okay.
motion, I had asked if it was all one.
Okay.
And then I just said as an alternate.
okay, I apologize.
How about this, friendly amendment, remove one position if it's in there. And just say reappointment as alternate with clarification to be provided in the current state from Kathy. Friendly amendment? Okay.
And this is for 2024?
Yeah, and then we're gonna come back in February and do the whole year thing.
Call the roll, please.
Who seconded it?
I did.
O'Brien,
Yes,
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. And then do we need to do the other one?
And then move to reappoint Jessica Kinsley, as a BZA alternate with term set to expire 3/1/2024. Kathy will provide clarification about the alternate position standing.
Second. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
yes,
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. And then the next one, I think we need to put first, or RPC first alternate, and then add RPC second alternate. Cal O'Brien.
Agreed.
And then with that, make a motion to approve, resolution 24-01-28 and revised exhibit 17.
second,
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
yes. Do
You
we,
know these numbers you're rattling off are changed because you've added all these other different. So the
Okay.
resolution numbers you're saying aren't the right ones.
okay, but it's this document's resolution numbers. Now, do you have the date of the chief's, submission?
Well, I didn't change the date, but that's the stuff there.
I'll date it today then.
See what that date changed?
Oh, December 13th? Oh, we could go.
That's when he gave me the first one. Today he gave me that.
Well, let's go with today's date then. So I move that we approve the certified list of firefighters submitted by Fire Chief Adam Miller dated December 27, 2023.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes,
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. Okay, establish open laws, fire department.
okay, so I do not want to put this in here because we are in the middle of negotiations and our old resolution will carry forward because we're not rescinding
So we
it.
just
So
skip it.
I would, if you
Okay,
don't
let's
mind.
skip it.
They're going to all
Go
remove.
to the next one, which is establish policy, safety clothing, road department, resolution 2401-31.
Yeah, I wanna can that for this year, but we will add it next year, but you won't care.
So moved.
So we're doing the roads policy.
The red policy, the bottom one, not the top one.
I second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. Establish work hours. Approve work hours as stated below. I don't have a problem with any of them. So moved.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. I move that we approve special events
I
dated.
didn't get any
Well-
good dates here.
Can we run through them and then do the motion? Okay, the spring open at the firehouse. Or
You didn't give that
the
to me?
ag hunt.
Okay, so Chief didn't give that, so I don't really want to make that up.
Pardon?
Chief did not give that to
Call
us.
chief and have him come back.
My phone is.
Should we have that date or not?
It's an important date.
April 8th is a month.
When I asked him, he didn't have them, so I don't know if he got them in since then.
You want me to call him?
Yes.
I don't know when that
Actually,
is.
of course, text him if I need to.
Chief Miller, Trustee Rail, how are you? I have you on speaker right away because we're in a public session.
Mr. Simmons.
We are going through the organizational meeting minutes, and we have a number of special events, dates and times that we do not have listed from fire. Do you happen to have those dates, or can you work through those with us?
Yeah, I can go through this real quick, I'm still at the firehouse.
Okay.
I reached out to see if our partners with the
Okay.
county had any dates on for touch a truck, and they did not. I didn't get a response in now, so. But let me go to the office and pull up the calendar.
You sure it's 31st?
Easter is March 31st of this year.
Okay,
So that would lend itself to March 30th, Saturday, March 30th, 2024.
for the Easter egg run?
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
That's good.
Touch a truck,
Do we even want to do that?
do we want to do touch a truck? It's usually a popular event, right?
It's our most popular event.
Yeah,
But is that our event or is that somebody else's event?
it's Berlin's, right? The,
We could post it now because that's the big with the county EMS.
mhm. I might recommend we do that a little earlier in August though, so that it doesn't coincide with the start of school for Berlin High, which would make it prime for August 3rd.
That's exactly the day I was looking at.
Okay,
Let's do that.
okay.
Date?
August
3rd.
3rd, 2024. Okay. Halloween fall open house. It's typically the
20th?
Sunday before Halloween. Is that typically when you guys have it?
Or sometimes it's 2 weeks.
Sometimes 2 weeks before Halloween.
20th would be the second Sunday before the Halloween.
Either one of those works for us, 13th or the 20th.
I like the 20th.
Okay, that'll work.
Okay, 1 to 3 again.
I think that worked out pretty good this last year.
Yeah. Sunday, October 20th, 1 to 3. And then, Beggars Night, we all know what that one is.
Mm-hmm.
That will always and forever be. Well, we're on, Trustee Bowler, it's on the board at
Wow,
least.
That's
yes.
October 31st,
Yeah, October 31st.
period.
So that's a Thursday.
That's a Thursday this year, not a Tuesday. Okay, I think we have what we need. Do we need Chief or anything else?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, all right, thanks, Chief.
Thank you, take care.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay, so I move that we establish those dates as discussed for special events and dates and times.
Second.
Roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
The next one is a resolution directing non-discretionary and discriminatory hiring by tax exempt recipients.
Second.
Do we need to make any changes to that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were recording.
I'm just asking a question. Someone
Second.
call roll, please.
Miller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
The And then we get the fiscal office, right?
We have
That's
social
not
media.
Oh, we did the social media, didn't we? And then we'll use-
No, we just
Just
We don't know what any of those things are. So do we need to? What do we need to do?
Sure.
This 24-01-36.
Well, what about 35?
So almost the last page. Page 26.
Yes, but we haven't dealt with the social media yet.
Social media?
Yeah,
Oh, we did?
I did have, no. I did
No,
have a
social
slight
media.
modification to the
Oh,
social
yeah.
media. I'm
Okay.
fine with all of the tools that we've used, all of the, procedures that we have in place. The only item to amend was,
Which item?
it's where the content managers are. It says the Berlin Township Zoning Commission Chair and Vice Chair shall be considered content managers for the sole purpose of live streaming Zoom meetings and or hearings. I want to say, in the absence of township staff, if they cannot stream the hearing. With that modification, I move to
Is this it here? What do you want to do?
right here. I wanted this in. And then it's, in absence of staff. So if Jake or Kathy or somebody from the staff can't do it, then they can do it. But I don't want them to think that they can just go and post whenever they want.
So that's your motion?
So I'm gonna say, move to approve, the initial resolution 24-01-35, with the, modification noted for, staff posting.
Okay. Second. Call roll, please.
Thorne,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Graham,
I was expecting an enthusiastic second.
No, we're fiscal office, right?
Yes.
we don't have the appropriations.
Do you want me to read it? Okay, I move that we approve 2024 permanent appropriations not to exceed for the general fund $2,282,900, for the motor vehicle license tax fund $45,000, gasoline tax fund $395,000, cemetery fund $180,000, the fire fund $3,347,000, zoning fund $352,500, for the motor vehicle permissive license tax fund $195,000, for the American Rescue Plan $19,883.26, and capital projects parks $2,255.88, for a total permanent appropriation of $6,819,539.14.
Second. The American Rescue Plan just continues to go
A
down.
month or two, it'll be gone.
Just that,
That's coming.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail.
yes.
And then I have this, contract for Brochus and Johnson. I don't know if we want to do that. I don't think we did it last year.
We didn't, but we approved it,
To use them.
yeah.
So they were listed in our outside representatives in here, right?
No, we removed them last year.
I thought they were back in, but I may be wrong.
No, we have, Reinhardt Legal Services for General Zoning, Official Downing. I never know how to say that one, Albert and Riedenhoff for Employee Relations, and Alberts for Economic Development.
Signature on it.
Yeah, well, we don't have Brochus. So, do we anticipate using them for anything other than zoning?
No, because that's all we ever use, of course, you know.
Yeah,
And I wouldn't want to because that's their area of expertise. And
Yeah.
it's not particularly wise to go outside someone's expertise.
agreed. Okay, so this is, did we appropriate a sum to use for them already? No.
I thought we did. Oh,
You put some in for
We did 6,000 for the zoning resolution, and then I think we said something like utilizing 25,000 total potentially next year for external counsel.
for all external.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, I think all was like 75, but 25 was for economic development and
so your point is.
the point is some appropriation of some of the amount for,
They're gonna do the comprehensive land use
That was
resolution.
6,000.
That was 6,000. You may not need much more for next year, but
so 5,000.
So, but they're doing the zone resolution now, not the comp.
The resolution. We approved 6,000.
they doubled what they thought.
Yeah. So it's just a question of what sum amount we want to allocate. I mean, I'm fine with 5,000 in addition to the 6,000 if necessary.
So I think you should put that in the resolution.
That sounds
So that it's clear that it's.
Sum of 5,000 in addition to 6K 2023 approval. Okay. Okay, and then this is shall not exceed $500 without the board's further approval.
And the rates are not changing.
And the rates are not changing yet. Okay, move to appoint Peter Griggs of Brochus Johnson and Griggs LLC and the law firm of Brochus Johnson and Griggs LLC to be employed on an annual basis for the calendar year 2024 as the township's legal counsel to represent the township and its officers, boards, and commissions in their official capacities and to advise them in connection with any such matters as may be referred to said council by or on behalf of the board or its designees as it relates to zoning matters. With the total amount for 2024 of $5,000 in addition to the $6,000 approved in 2023.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
So we all.
Okay, the paragraph about employee changes in payroll information, so just for information. Are we missing anything?
No.
So are we done?
I have nothing more.
Have we missed anything, Claudia, that you know? We've gone through the whole list. Anybody?
Gone through the whole list.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Rob?
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
I just had a. Because I'll sign on the bottom for probably the next 3 months.